Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently December 20th. So therefore, sorry, a little bit better than what the market is expecting. Core durable goods orders are coming in a little bit better than what the market is expecting. But PCE is the big one. It actually came in a little bit lower than what the market is expecting. So PCE is obviously one of the metrics that the Fed looks at. Therefore, yields have dropped a little bit here on the backs of inflation continuing to see its descent, which is also dropping the dollar, piercing the 102 area, now trading at 101.50. So the markets are certainly liking the weaker dollar and weaker yields. Now, durable goods orders came in a lot hotter than expected, 1.7% consensus. The actual came in at 5.4%. So the fact that the dollar is getting so oversold here in this range, I'll just pull up this Dixie chart. You know, it does not leave much room for the economic data to continue to keep surprising. You know, the lower the dollar gets, the more pressure it puts on the economic data to keep coming in stellar. And we'll just see if that can continue. Now, the market is still very extended, but it is a Friday. They tend to want to push this market up and close it green on a Friday, so we'll have to watch it. 10 a.m. we have new home sales data. That could actually reverse the dollar and spike it. So being the fact that the dollar is at support and we're actually piercing this lower boundary trend line, you have to favor the fact that the dollar is still going to bounce at some point in time. So I'm expecting new home sales to maybe come in a little bit hotter than expected at 10 a.m. That is the data that I'm watching out for. You also have the Atlanta Fed GDP coming out at 11:30, and that's pretty much going to be the economic data for the rest of the trading session. So let's dive right into the S&P 500. I am seeing Bitcoin weak, so I'm interested in playing CoinMara on the short side for day trades, maybe MSTR as well. We'll just have to watch it closely. Right now you have Apple positive, Microsoft negative, NVDA positive, Tesla positive, AMD positive. We have 9 minutes till the market open. And then good morning to you, Liquid Fire. Good morning to you, Myers, JS Meyer. Welcome to the stream. Thank you again for your support and tuning in. Duly appreciated. So again, we have Bitcoin negative here. I'm going to short coin here, guys. I'm going short coin, 170.34, 170.34. I'm short coin, 170.34. One of the reasons why, take a look at Bitcoin. It's potentially trying to break down, and this is in the face of a soft dollar and soft yields. So Bitcoin, again, has every reason to rally, and it's not rallying right now, actually negative. Now, you do have other parts of the crypto market acting well, so we'll have to continue to watch that. But Bitcoin has every rhyme or reason to surge here, and it is actually potentially triggering a head and shoulders here. Watching for a neckline break here. Downside would be about a 2% drop. So we are shorting COIN, Coinbase yet again. We've kind of been going back to this chart quite a lot intraday because it is certainly extended at these lofty levels, and you have a lot of people that will actually start to trim profits up here if they start to see Bitcoin breaking down. So we'll keep the S&P and Coinbase up on the watch here. I'm just going to flip to the dual screen here just briefly so we can watch both positions. I'm just going to turn off these moving averages. No sense in making you guys watch all my moving averages. I'll keep the EMA 113 on. That's an important one. All right, so we're just going to split screen. The yellow levels are your pre-market high, 474.02. Just marking pre-market low, pre-market high. Simple strategy again is to mark pre-market low and pre-market high on your charts. I just mark it with yellow trend lines. All right, so Bitcoin is potentially triggering this little bearish pattern here. So you can see Bitcoin piercing that level right now. It's more of like a 20-minute, 10-minute chart pattern. You can see it clearly on the 20-minute chart pattern. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. We are breaking now slightly, so we'll see if we get some confirmation to the downside. Coinbase is coming in now nicely. Bitcoin's negative by 0.94%. Coinbase is up 1%. So you're still seeing that divergence playing out pretty sharply. All right, so we have about 5 minutes to the open, so I'm just keep on watching crypto here because, again, Bitcoin's continuing to sell. So keep watching crypto. Wow, and if you guys take a look at this, there's going to be some contagion in this market. Take a look at TME, 10-cent music. Shares have dropped by 16% on 10-cent. That's the largest drop since the 2008 financial crisis. It was down at 16% at the lows. So let's just actually keep 10-cent on watch for a day trade. That was a pretty big drop though. I'm going to mark pre-market low again. But that was a pretty big drop from. So again, we're just a short coin here. Starter position is an entry position. Again, Bitcoin is now seeing a little bit of buyers coming back into play here. I'm also looking at an S&P 500 short at the open. I'm looking at an S&P 500 short at the open, okay? So basically, just for the open, I am going to go split screen again. Watching the S&P and Coinbase. So we're short coin already, 1/4 position, and I'm looking at taking shorts on SPY. SPY is the weakest indice right now. It's still positive, but you have Microsoft negative, Bitcoin negative. Semis are still positive on the session. So let's just take it slow today. It is a Friday. We'll just take it nice and slow. Here in the trading session, you have oil up 1%, natural gas getting clobbered here, down 2%. So again, I'm still holding that UNG short from yesterday, which were up about 2 cents on the trade. Probably just close it at the open. All right, so get ready for the open here. Markets are set to open in 1 minute. More like 10 seconds. $473.90. 1/4 position. Still holding a coin short. I just covered my UNG at 490, so a 4-cent gain. So I'm short SPY and I'm short coin. Bitcoin has triggered a head and shoulders. Semis are acting strong here. So are the Qs. Dollar's still weak on the session. Coins coming in nicely here, guys. SPY's breaching pre-market high. Strength in NVDA. So we're short coin and we're short the S&P. I'll add to the S&P at 470.450. 470.450. So NVIDIA's ripping. Semis are strong today. Coins pushing back up. Dollars still testing the lows. All right, there goes the reversal in coin. There goes the reversal in coin. Let's see if we can get a big breakdown here. Come on, coin. Give it up. Give it up. Testing pre-market low on coin. SPY's pushing up. Get ready to add to our SPY short at that 474.50. Look at coin go, guys. Look at coin go. This is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. It did break out of this little inverse. We'll see if it can hold above. SPY is pushing up still. IWM's at the highs. Bitcoin still triggered a head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. Google's at the highs. All right, SPY's pushing up some more now. Coin is also getting a small bounce. We'll see if this market gaps and cracks. SPY's almost at the next short level, guys. Dollar's still trending lower. All right, I just added to my SPY short there, 474.50. Brings the average up to 474.24. Next ad level will be 50 cents higher. This coin is pushing back up. Apple's weak right now, so is Microsoft. Microsoft's still negative. So we're short SPY, short coin. Covered our UNG from yesterday. All right, so big reversal coming in the SPY. We're flat on coin. Apple's still trending lower here. Apple's looking weak. So you have Apple just went negative, Microsoft's negative. So when both of those companies turn negative, it's often very difficult for the markets to rally. We'll see if it can shake this off. Big reversal on SPY and Qs from that high. We're in the money on both. Still holding both shorts, guys. Still holding both shorts. Will the markets gap and crack? You have the VIX positive right now. So it's VIX Crush Friday. The VIX is historically positive on or negative on a Friday. Very, very strong correlation that the VIX is negative on a Friday, but it's actually positive right now. Bitcoin's still just hovering at the neckline. Still holding a TUP long. So now the weakest indice is the Qs. The QQQ is actually the weakest indice right now. Coin's pushing up. If coin taps pre-market high, it will add to the position. So I just exited another position with my members for a win. I'm adding to my coin short there at 171.36 pre-market high. 171.36 brings it up to now 170.81. Seeing the dollar still weak here on the session. All sectors are positive right now in the indices. All sectors are positive except for XLY. So that's Tesla and Amazon sector. Consumer discretionary sector is negative. Apple again is negative. Microsoft still negative. $250. Bitcoin's still negative, but crypto stocks are running. Next level on SPY is above 475. So above 475 will add to our short. VIX is still green on the session despite all the indices green. Russell 2000 is just outperforming here. So my average now on coin is 171.72. again, if I just go to the one screen again, you can see that Bitcoin is still fighting this little neckline, head and shoulders trigger. It's technically closed back above the neckline, but we'll see if it sees any more weakness. Dollar's still at the lows. Tesla's ripping higher here now. So SPY is still just marching along here. SPY is still marching. Dollar's testing the lows. The DXY is testing the lows of the session. Coinbase still pushing up. TUP is trying to push up. All right, guys, I'm shorting Tesla here, 270, 257.70, 257.70, 257.70. It's a starter position, 1/4 position on Tesla short, 257.70. Still holding coin and SPY. SPY were slightly out of the money. Almost hit that 475 level on the SPY. Coin is still pushing here, guys. I still have room to add. I'm going to wait till a 174 pierce again. I want to see another new high. So if we pierce this 174 area, I will add. So I just added to my SPY short, and I'm holding my TUP long still from a few days ago. SPY just tapped that area. I just added at that 475 tap, brings my average up to 474.64. So we have one more entry on SPY. It's going to be 50 cents higher from here. So about 475.50. Still have the Russell outperforming as of now. Still holding a Tesla short, which that one's coming in a little nicely now. SPY and coin short. TUP is starting to squeeze, guys. Tupperware Brands is starting to squeeze. I repeat, TUP is starting. You still have Microsoft turned green, Apple turned green, but they're just slightly up on the session. But keep your eye on this TUP. It could start to squeeze pretty hard here. Still holding coin short, Tesla short, SPY short. Out of the money on the SPY, in the money on Tesla, out of the money on coin. But coin triggered this little inverse, and then the big one on watch is this much, much larger one on, say, the daily chart or even the 4-hour chart. But this stock looks poised to squeeze. If we trigger this break of this 208 neckline, you have a potential move to 374. So watching that very, very closely. All right, so markets are pulling off the highs. Apple's still seeing some more downside price action here. Still just waiting on the S&P. The Russell's putting in new highs here. So it is acting phenomenally well. We have still that 10 a.m. data that we have to watch out for. I repeat, 10 a.m. data. Let's just flip back to the S&P. We are still just holding at the highs of this session here. We are still holding at that 475 level. We'll see if we start to come in at all. Still holding a Tesla short, a coin short, and an SPY short, and a TUP long. TUP again, seeing heavy volume. It's trying to squeeze higher here. It's at 203. SPY's pushing up. You still have Bitcoin negative, but coin is up 3%. Big, big divergence. All right, SPY's still just hovering here, acting well. Google's pushing up here and testing the highs of the session. Google's very strong right now. Apple's getting a bid. NVIDIA's starting to curl over here. You still have XLY negative. So that's Tesla and Amazon really, that their sector's negative right now, which I find interesting. So the underlying ETF should provide a little bit of a headwind since it is negative. Dollar's still making new lows, so the markets are loving this dollar weakness. Again, we still have another entry on SPY, another two entries actually on SPY. Our average here is sitting short at 474.64. Still holding this TUP long. It is squeezing. It's now up to $2.04. On the session, it's up 4.61%. So pay close attention to TUP because it is starting to get a little bit squeezy on this volume. I'll keep an eye on my other screen here. Still holding a Tesla short slightly in the money. SPY is still pushing up here. Bitcoin's still getting rejected at that neckline. So again, BTC did trigger that 10-minute head and shoulders. And it's trying to get rejected at that neckline as we speak. So you can see it's closing right on that neckline. Actually got to close above, but it's still technically weak on the session. It's negative, so watching it closely. SPY pushing up, new high on SPY. So the VIX is still up. VIX has been climbing all day. So on a typical session where the VIX historically gets crushed, it's actually positive. So that's a little bit of a potential character change heading into 2024 when the VIX has a correlation of, over 80%, 85% to be down on a Friday and it's positive. That's a little bit of an indication that, again, smart money is buying downside protection. Being the fact that we are elevated, we are lofty. So the UVXY is positive on the session. Markets are also green. Dollar and yields down, so it's giving the markets every rhyme or reason to continue higher here. But that VIX positive is a little concerning. Coinbase just consolidating here. So we have two more entries on coin. I'll add at 175.50 and 176.69. Those are the two next entries on coin. And on SPY, it's 475.50 and 470, basically double top 475.85. Dollar's still at the lows. Dollar is still at the lows. Let's look at Tesla, TSLA. Again, the consumer discretionary ETF is the only sector red on the session, which is why I started picking on Tesla. So XLY is negative, which is why I started picking on Tesla. You still have Microsoft and Apple. They turned positive. AMD's negative now. So that's a leading semiconductor that's been really strong all throughout the session, but AMD is turning negative. So watch for more weakness to creep into the semis. Let's look at AVGO. TUP is starting to squeeze, guys. TUP, Tupperware Brands, is starting to squeeze higher here. So a lot of China stocks are getting hit today. Nike's down 10.5%. That should signal something that the discretionary side of the market is taking a little bit of a hit. Obviously, it had earnings. All right, TUP is still squeezing here, guys. Look at this TUP. We're up to 207 now. Let's see this baby move. Let's see this baby move. We're testing now the neckline. This is a huge level on TUP. If we break out of this level, we're triggering an inverse head and shoulders here on the daily chart. Likely won't play out today, but it is a pattern that is triggering on the daily chart of TUP. SPY's still pushing. Qs are still finding some resistance. Come on, TUP. Squeeze, baby, squeeze. So we're long Tupperware Brands. We're short coin. We're short the SPY. And we are short TSLA, which is coming in nicely off of that Nike weakness. All right, get ready to add to coin again. I am going to be adding to my coin short again at a 175.20 Pierce here. And then all the way at 176.69. So you have SPY moving up, but Tesla moving down. Relative weakness is being observed. Google's surging. Apple's pushing up now, so is Microsoft. Microsoft's tapping pre-market high. Tesla's still coming in nicely. All right, guys, I'm adding to my SPY short at 475.30. If we get back up to 475.30, I will add to my SPY short. NVIDIA is now starting to curl over. All right, I just added to my SPY short there. 475.31 I got filled at. 475.31. It is pushing up past that area right now. So 475.31 brings the average up nicely to 474.92. And then the final entry on SPY short is going to be this 475.70. Okay. A little bit of a negative divergence on the 1 minute chart is being observed. Bitcoin's starting to move up here. So Bitcoin is starting to move up. Yields are still negative. VIX is still green across the board. It's actually climbing here. The UVXY is continuing to see some buyers accumulating here. So it is moving up as the markets are moving up. That's a character change in the market, guys.
Apple's loading up. I'm taking 200 for the end of next month. Don't fall.
So again, in the pre-market, you had Apple negative, Microsoft negative, but they have firmed up now. You are seeing the S&P pull off from the highs here. Coin is remaining resilient. Again, I'm still seeing that VIX accumulation occurring.
Shit, if Apple hits 200 today, you're gonna. Oh shit, I'll scream.
Semis are weakening. Big drop on NVIDIA and Tesla there. Really big drop. Take a look at Tesla. TSLA. We have a short entry at 257.70. So we're nicely in the money on that. AMD is still negative. Bitcoin still negative, but it is moving up off of the lows here. Tupperware brand still holding at resistance. All right, 2 minute data coming in. I am going to put some protective stops on Tesla. I'm going to put an in the money stop on Tesla at that 257.43. Still holding a coin short, SPY short, and Tesla short. Coin were out of the money. Tesla were in the money. SPY were flat. And TUP were in the money. All right, so 10 a.m. data incoming in 1 minute and 10 seconds. Home sales. Home sales are very, very important for the overall dollar. And yields. Some calls are hitting the tape. All right, guys, I'm going to cover my Tesla here just to be safe. 256.30 cover. 256.30 cover. I did cover my Tesla. So I covered my Tesla 256.30, still holding a coin and a SPY short. Here comes the data, guys. We have the DXY on screen. We have SPY on screen. 10 seconds. Watch this dollar. We did cover our Tesla at 256.30 for a nice little gain. Our initial reaction, markets are trying to push up. Yields have moved up off of the lows a little bit. Dollar is catching a small bid here. Tesla's pushing up, those SPYs pushing down, coin is pushing down. So it's fairly muted, just a little bit of an uptick there on the DXY. Yields are trying to move up a little bit here. Market is still digesting it. So pending home sales and consumer confidence. Pending home sales came in at 590. Consensus was 695. That's weakness. The consumer sentiment came in at 69.7. Consensus was 69.4. That is stronger. New home sales, minus 12.2. So right now, it's mixed across the board. Let's just wait for this market reaction. You have a little bit of an uptick in the dollar. It is still oversold. SPY coming in now off of that data, just slightly. AMD's gone back to the negative side. Apple's still holding positive, and Microsoft are still holding positive, but just slightly. Now you have SPY coming in pretty sharply, and Coin. So SPY and Coin are now coming in. This is what we want to see. All right, so SPY is moving down nicely here. You have Apple about to turn negative on the session. We did cover our Tesla position at that 256.30 area. Still have Bitcoin down slightly, 0.5%, but Coin is up 3%. So big divergence, which means that the room for a downside move in Coin is very likely, especially if Bitcoin starts to break down. Dollar's still trying to move up here, guys. NVDA is now curling over. NVIDIA is losing a lot of its intraday gains. It's about to go negative as well. The Russell 2000 is still very strong, holding positive here. SPY is getting a bounce. Dollar softening again. Still have Nike down 10%. Tesla's up 1%. Mara's up 4%. NIO's up. China stocks Baba, NetEase, Tal Education all getting hit. Bilibili, so a lot of weakness in China. Continuing. Gap fill in the SPY is all the way down here at 472. If it fills that gap, if it gaps and cracks, which it could, because again, you have the VIX still moving higher here on this Friday. That's very interesting, guys. The VIX is still moving up here on this Friday. All right, coins pushing back up. Indices are catching another little bid. Tesla's back to our short entry. I am interested in potentially playing it again. I'm going to short Tesla here, 257.58, 257.58, 257.58. It's a 1/4 position again, so leave yourself some maneuverability. 257.58. So we played that once. We covered it before the data. All right, look at this TUP, guys. It is breaking out here. TUP, Tupperware Brands, is breaking out. This one could be the next squeeze stock like Carvana or Upstart or Affirm. It has a high short interest and it hasn't had a move, but it is triggering a bullish daily pattern today. It is trying to get a potential move above that big resistance. Bitcoin is now seeing some more selling. Come on, TUP, squeeze, baby, squeeze. Testing that neckline right now on Tupperware Brands. Come on, bust through this resistance. Whoops. Again, I'm going to add to coin at this 175.21 level if it pushes up. Wow, look at this name. CRSP up 6.3% and squeezing. This one could actually have a move. All right, SPY is breaking down here a little bit more. Still holding that TSLA short, SPY short, we're in the money, coin short, we're slightly out of the money. Tupperware brands long, we are in the money. Take a look at our Tesla short as well. We are in the money on that trade. Good to see Tesla also starting to roll over. If Tesla breaks, there's a 1 minute head and shoulders pattern that I am observing, which it's looking likely that it could actually break. I'll show you the neckline here. Just bear with me. But we have a potential head and shoulders neckline that we need to watch on Tesla. Downside would take you to gap fill. All right, so Apple's about to go negative, and then NVDA and Microsoft, they're just floundering. Qs are the weakest indice right now. Again, watch for weakness in this market to creep in. If you have NVIDIA, Apple, and Microsoft all about to turn negative, that's going to weigh in on the Qs and the SPY as a whole. Right now, you have the VIX also still positive on the session, up 2% on the UVXY. You typically don't see that on a Friday. It's breaking correlation. An over 85% correlation is starting to diverge today. So I'm watching to see if that continues. All right, markets are getting a little bit of a bounce here. The dollar's still trying to push up just a tad. Bitcoin's still negative. Tesla's still coming down. So we're still holding our Tesla short. We're in the money. Our SPY short, we're flat. Coin short, we're out of the money. TUP long, we're in the money. My average on TUP is sitting at $2. $2. That one I think could actually have a move all the way back up to $5. And full disclosure, I do hold a swing trade long with my members on TUP. So again, as we head into 2024, there's going to be some challenging times in the market. If people expect the markets to be up, 30, 40% year to date, like some stocks are, some stocks are up 70, 80, 100, 200, 600% in some of the high flyers. If you expect the market to make those types of gains again in 2024, you're probably going to be sadly mistaken. Now, just because I'm saying they're not going to make those gains doesn't mean we're going to have a huge mega sell-off. It's going to be a lot of chop, a lot of slop. I think we're going to be very range bound in 2024. I do think there's some vulnerability to see some profit taking earlier in quarter one, maybe the first half of the new year. But I think that there's going to be a lot of range bound stocks stuck in a range, not really making new highs, not really making new lows. It's going to probably have, a lot of swings in the range of 10 to 20% up and down both ways. So again, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord service where I track insider buying and selling. I give you live trading alerts. to all my positions, entries, exits, targets, profit, loss. And I also do a daily analysis videos every day for my members to touch base on support, resistance, where stocks are likely heading in the near term, medium term. And then I also do a weekly sector review, which is very, very important for investors over a long-term horizon. It tracks the flow of money throughout all of the 11 sectors of the S&P 500. All right, so now you still have XLY down. So consumer discretionary ETF is down. Typically when I see XLY down and the market positive, from my experience, when XLY is down, it sucks the confidence out of the market. That's historically what I've seen. So again, you have XLY as your consumer discretionary. Nike's getting clobbered because of its earning, down 10%. And sorry if you hear scratching in the background, that's just my cat going bananas. So I'm still holding my TSLA short, which are in the money slightly, SPY short, which are in the money as well. Coin short, we're slightly out of the money, and our TUP long, we are in the money. Again, I'm seeing Apple looking like one of the weaker mega cap stocks. Apple and NVDA could be vulnerable to some downside here. I am seeing some potential weakness creeping into some of the semiconductors. You even have JP Morgan now slightly seeing some rollover in price action. Another leading stock that is typically very, very strong with the market is this SNPS, Synopsys. This one's getting actually clobbered, down a couple percent, putting in a bear flag while the market is strong. So this is telling me that this is one of the leading stocks of the XLK, QQQ, S&P. It's been one of the best performers. It's a very, very good stock to watch for the sentiment gauge in the market. When I see this one getting diverging from the market, it's probably going to force the market lower. It's another one that Wall Street looks to for sentiment, and it is getting clobbered right now, so paying close attention to that. This neckline break on Tesla, it's holding firm. There goes a big candle down on Tesla. So let's see if we get some more weakness. If Tesla breaks this neckline, it's going to be going to gap fill. So we've already closed one Tesla position. Apple's about to go negative. Microsoft is also about to go negative. Again, we're picking on Tesla because XLY is down. So that's Tesla's ETF. The consumer discretionary ETF is down. So instead of having positive headwinds from the XLY, it actually has some headwinds as opposed to tailwinds. So you can see XLY is continuing to see some money flowing out. That's due to Nike's weakness. So again, that should put pressure on Amazon and Tesla. Or at least that's what I'm expecting. Tesla's still at 0.7%. Amazon's still up on the session, 0.08%. So Amazon's about to go negative as well. DXY is catching a nice little bid now. So the DXY is trying to firm up here at the lows. I would not be shocked if the DXY turns positive. You're at a huge support level. The data that we received today actually can support a higher DXY price. So I'm going to be surprised if the DXY doesn't firm up even more as we head into the session. I think that's what the VIX is telling us. I think the VIX is going to tell us that the dollar is about to firm up here. When you're feeling low, it's the only one. NVIDIA's curling to the upside now. Whoops, TSLA. Tesla's testing this neckline. We'll see if it wants to break or if it wants to hold. You can arguably say there's been a 1 minute head and shoulders trigger on the SPY. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Downside target of this potential pattern takes you to about 473.90-ish. Tesla did trigger. We'll see if we get a confirmed break of that level, but Tesla did just trigger its little head and shoulders. Dollar's still trying to firm up here just a bit. JP Morgan's starting to curl over here. He just had Amazon turn negative. So again, more weakness in XLY starting to creep in. I repeat, Amazon did just turn negative. Still have the VIX in accumulation mode. All right, guys, I just added to my coin at 157.30. 157.30. Did just add to my coin at 157.30. That pierced there. Brings me up to 173.13 average. Next add level is the final one at 176.69. We are pushing up there on coin. Bitcoin's still down in the session, but you have strength in the likes of Ethereum. Total crypto market cap is actually positive on the session. So SPY's retesting that neckline, trying to get above as we speak. The VIX is getting bought back up again. The VIX is being bought back up again. Tesla's still below that neckline. So it had a retrace and rejection is being observed. All right, I'm going to move a stop loss to in the money on Tesla. I'm moving a stop loss to in the money. My stop is going to be at 256.60. Tesla is falling here nicely. I repeat, you still have the XOYs, the only sector down. Amazon's back to the negative side again. AMD is about to go negative again. Apple's just slightly positive on the session. The dollar is continuing to firm up here, guys. The DXY is continuing to firm up. Look at this Tesla position. All right, I'm moving my stop down now on Tesla. to 255.94. Basically this red bar high. SPY we're in the money. Coin we're slightly out of the money. TUP long we're in the money. Apple's about to go negative, guys. Apple's been seeing some selling. You did get that trend change on Apple. Good morning, Casey there. Welcome to the stream again. Thank you for tuning in. CTAS daily long entry of 595. Let's take a look at CTAS for you. Just bear with me. I just want to do a quick review on my other screen before I talk about it. CTAS. Another stock breaking out here. You do have a negative divergence on the RSI, so just be cautious about that. Weekly chart, you've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pretty much consecutive weeks in a row. You're overbought on the RSI. Doesn't mean it has to fall. Just bear with me. I'm just trying to see if I have any resistance levels that I see. All right, coin is now starting to come in nicely. All right, so Casey, I'm going to pull up this chart here for you. Tesla, I'm still holding short with an in-the-money stop. Coin, I'm still holding as well. That one's starting to come in a little bit. We're just going to go full screen for the CTAS. I'm going to go to the weekly chart there, Casey. So weekly chart. Just take a look at this channel that we've been chopping in on the weekly chart. Pivot high in 2021, pivot low. We're just tagging that pivot high in a very overbought extended state. RSI is hitting that overbought zero on the weekly, and it's also overbought on the daily with an RSI negative divergence. Now, if we scroll all the way back, not only do you have that parallel channel, but you also have this massive trend line going all the way back to 2018. You pierce through this area, you kiss it over here. You can see that maybe if it pierces through this channel, you have a move up to 606, give or take. But it is very, very lofty in this area. Let's just see where daily chart entry long at 595 with a stop loss at 575. 2-to-1 win ratio. So, I mean, it's not horrible. As I would definitely, since the stock is extended, I would definitely keep a tight about 2%. So if you're in the money already, I would trail that tight stop. I would not get cute with that. I would make sure your stop is very, very tight on that trade. So we still have a SPY short. We're in the money. TSLA is actually moving down nicely here. So wonderful, wonderful job on that name. Look at this sell-off on Tesla. That's a beautiful short. So we played it once on the short side. This down move, covered it before the results. It popped up again, created that right shoulder. We shorted it again. And now look at this move. Excellent job. Excellent job. All right, I'm going to move my stop down on Tesla now a little bit more. Moved it to 255.63, so we're banking more on that trade. Still holding a SPY and coin short and a TUP long. Bitcoin still negative. Apple just went negative. So now out of the mega caps, you have Amazon negative and Apple negative. The next closest mega cap to going negative is Tesla, and then Microsoft, and then Meta, and then NVDA. The Qs are actually losing momentum here. Qs are actually losing momentum here. Apple's selling off a little bit harder now. Here comes the big breakdown in the Qs. So the Qs are SPY's also now trailing and following. VIX is still climbing. I warned you about the VIX. I said the VIX is still climbing on this Friday. It's breaking an 85+% correlation for now. Doesn't mean it has to stay that way, but as of now, the VIX is breaking a massive, massive correlation. And that typically means if the VIX closes on a Friday, that's showing that investors are not confident going into next week. So that's what that is telling me. If the VIX stays green, the UVXY in particular, that is telling me investors are not confident heading into next week, at least for the long side. All right, Tesla just stopped me out there for a nice little gain, a second win on the session. So again, congratulations if you're able to take that with us. I'm just going to encourage you to visit my Trading Capital Discord. I'm just going to move back to one screen as well now, since we covered our Tesla position. Still holding a coin short, Tesla short. Coin, we're out of the money. SPY, we're basically slightly in the money. SPY did trigger this little head and shoulders pattern. It's not a brilliant head and shoulders. The left shoulder is kind of weak. Right shoulder is also kind of weak, but we'll see. We'll give it some validity. Coin is still pushing up here. Look at this Dixie surging, guys. My thesis for today is the economic data that we received will force the Dixie to go green. I think the Dixie will go green. I said that at the earlier stream. In order for the Dixie to go green, it would likely put in a daily bottoming tail off of this two support trend lines. So a daily bottoming tail, I think it gets back above this confluence. Look how these levels are intersecting right where the Dixie currently is. So I think the Dixie actually goes green today. And that should force the markets a little bit lower. But as of now, they're resilient. They're acting well. Coinbase is continuing to push up here. Coin is now 5%, despite Bitcoin negative. Final entry on coin is at 177-ish. 177-ish. I'll add to coin. SPY is getting a nice big push up here. So again, every time that dollar softens, SPY just rips. So SPY is retesting this little neckline right now. We'll see if it closes above. Apple went back to the positive side. Amazon's still negative. Bitcoin's still negative. Meta's positive. Google's positive. Nike's still down 11.36%. Let's take a look at Nike here. That's not the right ticker. So Nike made a low. Let's see where it roughly is on the charts. Big drop down on Nike. We'll see if it gets bought back up. You can arguably say Nike triggered this bullish pattern, this inverse head and shoulders, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and you're below the neckline right now. So this pattern might be a failed breakout, although it had a stellar move. You never filled the upside target, but right now you are below that neckline. If you recapture it, the pattern is still technically valid, but if you fall below it, it leaves it vulnerable. So two gap ups in a row on the SPY, two gap ups in a row on the SPY. You can see this neckline is still keeping SPY technically in check, but it's trying to break above. Tesla just did a retrace to its neckline and now finding some more sellers. The dollar's making another move up. You still have the UVXY up 1.95%. The actual VIX is up 0.44%. TUP is up 6%. Natural gas down 0.6%. Google up 0.7%. Meta up 0.5%. Marijuana stocks getting a nice little bid from Canopy Growth. Apple back to the negative side. Apple just flipped back negative. So still holding my S&P short. We still have another entry that we can add, and still holding a coin short. We've already taken 2 trades off of Tesla. We won on both trades. We're still holding a long on TUP. This one's just consolidating. Bitcoin's starting to see some more downside creeping in. Wow, man, some of these stocks are just absolutely crazy. They wake up and move. I mean, all right, guys, this is a high-risk play, but this stock could actually squeeze this GMBL. I'm going to take a high-risk play here. 552 entry on the long side of GMBL. Excuse me. Excuse me. Bless me. High risk play long on GMBL 552. Just a small position. I'm not going to add. Just one entry on this position. And basically my stop loss will be below this pivot. So let's play ball. You can arguably say if we break this neckline, trend line, we could see a bigger move up. So long this GMBL at 551 entry. Still holding a coin short and an S&P short. We're slightly out of the money on the S&P. But this one's a high-flying name. Definitely trade it with caution. It's a very, very volatile stock. Speculative play. So Microsoft is pushing back up. That's going to help the indices. The only reason I'm trading this is it's seeing a big spike in activity, unusual activity. You do have a high spike in volume on this GMBL. So we're just trying to catch a little bit of a trend play here. Just going to draw some support and resistance in place. All right, so we are moving up nicely here on GMBL. We are moving up nicely. Look at this, we're already up 3%. We're up 3%. Come on. Come on, baby. All right, I'm moving my stop up to break even. Break even stop is in place now on GMBL. Because I'm seeing the SPY kind of doing a double top. Come on, GMBL. Get in a little push up. TUP seeing more continuum. Consolidation on lowering volume is being observed. That's technically bullish. Still holding my S&P short, slightly down on the trade. Coin short, slightly down on the trade. GMBL long and a TUP long. Here comes the squeeze, guys. All right, I'm moving my stop now up to 559. We're protecting the trade. All right, I'm moving it up again to 569. We're breaking here. Look at this. Look at this. Come on, break. 550, 569 stop is in place. We're breaking out here, guys. Keep trailing the stop. All right, I'm now trailing it to 577. We're locking in at least a 4.73% gain. Come on, baby. Squeeze. Look at this, guys. Keep trailing the stop. Keep trailing at 590 stop. 590 stop. Here we go. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Look at this, guys. Keep trailing that stop. All right, stop is moving up to 594. Boom. Look at that. Excellent trade. $7 in a matter of 1 minute, or like 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes. Congrats on that trade, guys. Thanks, Liquid Fire. Hopefully you were able to play that with me. That was a quick move, man. High speculation. I saw the volume coming in. I saw it had a nice pullback. It was holding inside bar consolidation. It's holding my long on TUP, Tupperware Brands. Look at this nice little bull flag potentially forming on TUP, 10-minute chart. You have triggered a break of this key resistance trend line, and it is a daily chart break that it is trying to hold here. Again, this is a large inverse head and shoulders. You get a daily close above this neckline, it could move all the way up to 374, which would imply an upside move of roughly from current levels 78% to the upside. So definitely keep it on watch. There is a short interest in this name. I think it's extremely undervalued since it got an extra 1 year of time granted by the New York Stock Exchange to gather its affairs in order and come up with a plan so that it's not going to be delisted from the market. All right, so we have the SPY now. We're in the money on the trade. Look at that. Beautiful neckline retrace rejection. This is clinical. This is a clinical break. Now you can argue you also have a secondary pattern that is triggering, and it is a larger head and shoulders from the trigger point. So you can see that now you have a neckline that's triggering there. So you have two head and shoulders patterns that are still technically in play, still holding a coin short TUP long. We banked on Tesla twice. We banked a nice huge winner on Gamble GMBL. Let's see what happens. We're in the money on SPY. Coin is not really cooperating. It's starting to come in now. I want to see it break this little uptrend that it's been keeping. All right, I am going to have to end the stream a little bit earlier today. I will be ending the stream a little bit earlier. Well, I'll keep it going, but I'm just going to have to step off the mic for, maybe 2 hours or so, a couple hours. So I'll come back in the afternoon session just to see how things are progressing. Still have only one sector red, which is XLY, Tesla, Amazon, Nike sector. So one sector red. But Tesla did just put in a potential higher low. NVDA is getting a nice buy program coming in. You had 40 minutes of candle buying in NVIDIA. The weakest indice right now, you have a tug of war between SPY and QQQ. They're both very even. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, so SPY is still just consolidating in a range here. Apple again back to the negative side. Apple is back to the negative side. So now you have two mega caps red, Apple and Amazon, two very large companies. The next closest mega cap to going negative on the session is Meta and Microsoft. Coin is now starting to finally break down here. So coin is now starting to finally potentially break down. Seeing some sellers taking profits, still holding short. We are out of the money. I'm just grinding through some of these high flyers again. I just want to see if there's any potential. GMBL, what's that one doing? That one's still breaking. Wow. Look at that GMBL. We just exited for 7%. Whoa, look at that move. Holy mackerel. Wow. Wow. Look at this one squeeze, guys. Look at this squeeze. This is probably going to go to gap fill. Now that it made a high, if we get a retrace, I'm going to look for an entry on the long. Don't chase the breakout. Wait for a pullback. Let's see if we can get an entry. We're already banked around 8% on that. If this pulls back to, say, this pivot or preferably this breakout trend line, wow, breaking base on the high, previous high, and it's just getting swooped. This one's going to squeeze. Holy smokes. Look at it go. Look at it go. Imagine we held a little bit longer. Wow. Look at that. Holy moly. GMBL volume is huge. Look at that liquid fire. Imagine we held that. You know, it's always would have, could have, should have are the three best traders in the market. I heard that on a Twitter space. And it's so true. If I only would have held it longer. But I mean, when you make 8% in like 4 minutes, you got to just thank the market. But look at that squeeze. I think it just got halted. It did just get halted. So that just got halted. Still holding my S&P 500 short. This one is now negated. That neckline. Still holding my coin short. Bitcoin's trying to push up now. So now you have Bitcoin trying to push up. AVGO, the largest weighted semiconductor, is weakening here. So I'm seeing some weakness in AVGO, which makes me want to put a short on the SOXX. Alright guys, I am going to short actually AMD. AMD's been weak all morning. There's been some sellers. I'm shorting AMD here. I'm actually going to buy puts instead. I'm going to buy 139 0 DTE puts. 139 0 DTE puts on AMD. Right there is the entry. 139 0 DTE. I'm just going to mark the 139 level on the screen. And that's where we need to get to. So 139 put 0 DTE. Just going in with a small size position. And again, that's the only reason why is because I'm seeing weakness in AVGO, which is one of the largest weighted SMH components. So let's look at the SOXX chart here. Or even the SMH, I should say. Still negative. You have the SMH potentially rolling over here. It should hinder the Qs. SPY is also potentially rolling over here. I'm going to see if we can have an entry on the long side here of CGC. It's been moving up nicely. I've been watching it all morning. Day zone. You get above this pivot and it could squeeze all the way up to about 550 on the charts. Let's just see here. All right, NVIDIA is breaking down. The only issue with this is I'm not really seeing any patterns to trade against. So other than the fact that you're breaking this range, I'm going to hold off seeing the market weakness creeping in. Again, I'm going to take this time to basically talk my own book a little bit. 2024 is going to be a lot of opportunities. If you're positioned correctly, don't expect the markets to give you the gains that it did this year. I'm not saying it's going to crash, but there's going to be a lot of chop and slop volatility. It's going to make it a lot of frustration for investors and traders. So isolating technical levels is going to be key. I still think we're in a very, very technically driven market. I don't think it's fundamentally driven. I think it's technically driven still. A big fundamental catalyst that could change is whether or not the Fed pivots or not and starts to really, really cut rates. Bond market is pricing in a big, big Fed pivot and cut. They're still holding their rates firm, but the 2 years down at 4.3 far when the Fed fund rate is at 5.5. So a huge, huge discrepancy. The market is not believing where the Fed fund rate is. According to the bond market, oil is pricing in something drastically different than equities. Natural gas is also pricing in something drastically different than equities. When the largest commodity in the world is signaling lower price action or potentially more disinflation or even deflation, you have to pay attention. You have to know what that means. So again, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca. I run a swing trading and day trading service. I post daily analysis videos for my members each and every night, so it gives you insights into the market. You get access to my live direct trade alerts, and I also track insider buying and selling. This week, you've seen a lot of selling from Mark Zuckerberg, Meta. The previous time he was selling was right in 2021, end of 2022, when Meta had that big horrific collapse. He always seems to have really, really impressive market timing when Mark Zuckerberg starts to sell. So you just want to be paying attention to how short. So coin is finally starting to see some weakness creeping in. It's still up on the session, huge. It's up over 3.87%, and Bitcoin's actually still down 0.5%. So that's certainly a little bit of a divergence. Yet again, you've still been seeing people chasing these crypto stocks higher and higher and higher, despite Bitcoin not actually making new highs. Look at our coin short or our coin position, SPY position. Now SPY has a little bit of a flat top neckline. So if you break this little neckline now on SPY, then you could arguably say you even have another head and shoulders that's about to trigger. I'm just going to remove that trend line. So SPY is testing this little neckline. You also have a secondary neckline. You did trigger a mini one a little bit ago. Again, Apple's negative, so is Amazon slightly. Microsoft's holding positive gains. NVIDIA's holding slightly positive gains. AMD slightly positive. You have natural gas down 0.5%, Google up 0.59%, Meta up 0.3%, and oil up 0.23%. Dollar is continuing to that's taking place in the dollar, and the markets really aren't believing it or responding to it yet. But as soon as the dollar does go positive on the session, that's when you'll probably get a big, big decline. Look at this tail candle we're putting in. I remember I gave you that confluence of support. It's very unlikely that we break this area without some sort of an attempt by the dollar bulls to recapture it. So a nice little potential daily bottoming tail is forming. You have a 4-hour little tail candle on the 4-hour chart. So that's looking a little bit more impressive. And again, Bitcoin's actually moving up as well as with the dollar. Excuse me. All right, so AVGO is breaking down here some more. The leading semiconductor, it's weighing in on NVDA. It's pushing the Qs lower. The SPY is breaking this little head and shoulders pattern. So we're still holding a SPY short, AMD put, and a coin short. Coin is going against us right now, but SPY, we're in the money. Tesla, we've closed 2 position. We had a big winner on that GMBL, which let's just take a peek at what that one's doing. So you had that price action was halted, had a bigger gap up, filled the gap, and now reversed. All the volume is being sucked out now. SPY is still continuing to see some weakness. So a little more red is starting to show up on the screen. You still have the VIX positive despite all the indices positive. You have Apple negative, Amazon negative. Meta's about to go negative as well. So Meta's seeing some distribution. Tesla has triggered a head and shoulders again. It also looks like it wants to go negative. We're still holding our SPY short. Nice hit with Gamble. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Haha. I have that feeling all the time now. Yeah, I know they're liquid fire. It's crazy. Hindsight is always 20/20 in this business. All right, so the DXY is almost to the positive side, guys. DXY is almost to the positive side. Bigger breakdown coming in the S&P 500 now. You almost have NVDA going negative. And Meta is about to go negative. Amazon and Apple are negative. Still have the Russell at 0.85%. Don't be surprised if this market goes red today. With the VIX holding firm, the dollar putting in a potential reversal. AMD is now starting to sell. So we're still holding our shorts. We already took 2 winners on Tesla for nice chunks. We took a huge win on GMBL. And now we're riding a coin and a SPY short. Big dump on the SPY, guys. All right, we're moving our protective stops down. Look at this dump, guys. Look at this dump. Huge dump. All right, I just covered my SPY right there. 473.57, 473.57. I am out of my SPY position. That was a nice move down. Beautiful job there. That's excellent. I'm still holding my coin short. That one has been a little bit of a frickin' I don't want to swear right now on the mic, but it's been a doozy. Still think it comes in. Been an AMD put, so we have 2 positions left, but that was a big breakdown in the SPY, guys. Big breakdown occurring in the S&P. It did force Meta to go negative there. So you have Amazon, Meta negative, Apple negative, Microsoft and NVIDIA are almost negative as well. AMD's back to the negative side. So we're holding a 139 0DTE put on AMD, and we're still just holding a coin short. So watching these markets potentially breaking down some more. But we did cover our SPY short off of that big move down. So congratulations on that trade. That was a nice move down. Again, I'm going to take this time to go through my website, tradingcapital.ca. Definitely take a visit. If you're here in the stream, just check it out. See if it's for you. I post daily analysis videos for my members, swing trade alerts, day trade alerts. We just closed another position today. We've already closed 4 winning trades today, and we're still holding 2. So AMD puts and coin short. The markets are getting a little bit of a bounce here, but SPY is still weak. That was a heavy volume sell-off. I still think we test more downside. So we actually nailed that, pretty much that low. And how did I know? Is because it's the downside target of the head and shoulders. This little white trend line gave me the target. I still think based off of that sell-off, we should come down to gap fill 470, 270. So I'm going to wait for a bounce, consolidation, and we can maybe re-enter some trades on the short side. But we'll just watch it. If SPY retraces to that 474.60 area, this flat bottom neckline, that is the technical retrace short opportunity. So if it retraces up there, I will short it. Coinbase big push back up. Dollar softened there just a little bit. Almost went positive. The dollar almost went positive. Alright guys, I'm going to have to step away from the 9.0DT. If that goes in the money, I will secure profits. But I am going to be stepping away from the mic. Coinbase, we still have one more potential entry on Coinbase, which is 176.94 up here. That will be the final entry on coin. I am comfortable holding this a little bit overnight, but if we get a 10-minute close above this 177 area, I will stop out of the trade for a loss, but I will add up here if it pushes up, okay? Other than that, congrats on the trades. I will step back in on the afternoon session. Feel free to put in the comments some charts that you're looking at. Maybe when I'm back in a couple hours, I can go through some technical analysis. But terrific games. 2 Tesla shorts for the win. We took a SPY short, big win on that. We took a big 8% win on GMBL. That was a nice move that we caught, which was a stellar gain. It is coming in now, but beautiful trades today. Still holding coin and AMD puts. So we'll see if this market wants to trend a little bit lower, or we'll see if they catch a little bit of a bounce and hold the greens. You still have Apple negative, so the largest company in the world is negative. Amazon's negative. Meta's negative. So at the start of the session, no mega caps were red. Now you've had 3 mega caps turn red. So when you start seeing mega caps one by one slowly turning red, it's showing a large amount of distribution in this market. And it's never a healthy sign. When the markets are green and you start one by one going negative, it likely means that we could see more mega caps follow suit, especially when it's the XLY ETF showing a lot of weakness due to Nike's earnings. So watch the dollar. I did say that the dollar is likely going to go green on the session, which it's almost doing so. So it's a big potential reversal in the dollar that is occurring. And watch that closely, because if it goes green, that's when the markets will take their next big step to the downside. On that note, thank you all for tuning into the morning session. I'm going to keep the stream going, and I'll see you back in the afternoon. Definitely trade cautiously, because it is a Friday. You don't want to give your profits up to the market. It's never nice going into a weekend down on the session. So congrats if you took some of those trades with us, but we have closed 4 winners already, holding on to 2 others, and I'm confident that AMD hits. Maybe Coinbase we take a loss on, but time will tell. On that note, again, we'll see you in the afternoon session. Thank you, everybody. Now, I repeat, AMD is dropping pretty 7 cents away from that put being in the money. Again, once it hits that 139 level, I will be taking profits, okay? So I'm not even going to wait. If it hits 139, I will be securing the profits on that 0 DTE. Again, a few more sectors are starting to potentially roll over here. You have XLK almost negative, and you have XLC, a couple of the big tech and communication sectors starting to roll over. Flipped green on the session. They were all red. Now they're green. Alright guys, welcome back. I am back here in front of the screens, now complete the errands. So we are seeing the indices sell off here, and you can see it's just a counter move. SPY down, dollar up. Dollar is trying to go back to the positive side. So I warned you initially, markets have just been grinding and floating up to the high side, and now the dollar is potentially trying to break out. And you can actually see there's an inverted head and shoulders on the 10-minute dollar chart, which does imply we could see a little bit more downside in the markets today. So how you would draw that, if you get a trigger of this pattern, you break this neckline here, the dollar will go up. But again, markets have been buoyant. They've been floating pretty much all session. That 139.0 DTE did go in the money. So I said once it goes in the money, I'd likely secure that. So that one secured. Coin has been a little bit of a doozy. This one's just been absolutely strong, 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 strong. It's starting to come in from the highs now as we speak. I'm still holding it short as a day trade. I think it's just absolutely excessively elevated there. Average is sitting at 174. We got that dip opportunity here, created a high continuing higher here, but Bitcoin now is seeing a hard candle down here on the hourly charts. So we'll see if it can break down or if it can hold up, but I'm still holding my coin short. Let's see if there's any day trade longs. If we get a flush, guys, get ready for some long trade opportunities. So I would like to see a big flush in the market for an opportunity to go long. So I'm just watching things here. So again, the dollar is trying to break out. SPY is seeing a little bit of weakness. Just like that, NVDA, Apple back to the negative side. Qs are almost negative itself. So where I could see a potential day, two SPY charts up just for my purposes here. Just trying to see where I'd go long on an entry. And again, we could be in for some sort of a big red bar down, just like we saw here. Don't be surprised if that happens. It's not my base case, but it is a case that we have to be aware of. And again, you now have NVIDIA negative, AMD negative, Tesla negative, Apple negative, Amazon negative, Google holding on to positive gain, Meta positive. So all mega caps are now starting to weaken, which means that the Qs may go negative itself. Qs actually almost filled its gap to the downside. You can arguably say it hit it by pennies. Just going to look at a SPY, potentially day trade long on SPY. I'm just going to see where some support is on the daily chart. I mean, we only really have support all the way down at 471.50-ish, 471.50-ish. Now, let me just look at the 4-hour chart. We're tagging support hourly chart. All right, so if SPY flushes down to 471.80, we will go long. 471.80, not before, not after. 471.80. I do have a support level on SPY. Okay, so watching that closely as they progress, the dollar is trying to potentially break out of that inverse head and shoulders. Let's see if it can firm up a bit and do so. But again, the dollar did go briefly green there, which is why the markets don't like it. And I warned you that if the dollar creeps up to that green side, you're going to get a big candle down, and look what transpired. So definitely interesting price action here, to say the least. You know, markets have been grinding slowly, and then they get a big drop. Still haven't filled the gap. You lost pre-market high on SPY after really consolidating above it for pretty much the whole session. So let's see if a late sell side pressure program comes into the markets. The VIX also went back to the red side, so the market is living up to its historical pattern. The VIX going negative. Let me just see this Coinbase chart for us. Again, our coin averages 174. 174.71. 174.71. Bitcoin's also selling off back to the negative side, so it tried showing some positivity. Apple's tagging the 20 daily moving average. NVIDIA's falling back below the short-term 7-day moving average. So very interesting price action coming into play here, guys. You'll have some support on NVDA at 486.20-ish, 486.20-ish. That might be a bounce level to play. We'll keep an eye on it closely. All right, guys, let's throw on this Dixie chart. Anybody looking at any other chart setups that you want me to pull up? Feel free to put it in the comments, and I'll be happy to try to do my best to provide some analysis, intraday analysis. So now you have this mega cap stock. I'm just going to flip back, take a look what this chart is doing on the hourly basis. If this goes, so too will the semis. This is the leader of the semis. It's actually even more important than NVIDIA. Although NVIDIA is bigger, AVGO holds a heavier weighting in the SMH. So it's more important. So if AVGO breaks this little neckline, you're going to see continuation weakness in the markets. That's just how it's likely going to set up. All right, coin is breaking down some more now. Apple's also falling. All right, so I'm interested in potentially a day trade long setup if the market's flush. I'm watching the SPY here. We're not at the level yet, but we could actually see a big flusher here, especially if the dollar really gets to break out here. It's trying. It's back to flat. So the dollar has had a bullish reversal and only just turned green there slightly. If it breaks out of here, you have a very big potential move, and this could be a squeeze late in the day. A lot of dollar bears have come into play. It needs to break, though. This dollar needs to break, and then you have an upside move to. All right, so many people are going to try buying the gap fill here on the SPY. Do not buy that level. I repeat, do not buy that level. We're going to slice through that level because we're putting in consolidation above it right now. Where I'm looking to buy SPY, if we flush down to 471.80-ish, I'm going to start accumulating a potential position here. Qs are almost negative. You only have some strength left in Google, and you have some strength left in Microsoft. Otherwise, the rest of the mega caps are red, guys. So Apple down, Microsoft holding up, Tesla down, Google down, Amazon down. We secured our AMD put, so that was we've taken now 6 trades today. 5 of them we've closed for winners. We're still holding one more short on coin, which is going against us, slightly out of the money, but that's okay because I am seeing Bitcoin starting to come down here pretty sharply. So Bitcoin is selling as the dollar is potentially trying to break out. You still have a little bit of this rounding intraday formation on Bitcoin. I tried breaking out, and now you're coming in. This could be a failed breakout on Bitcoin. It could be a failed breakout. We're actually seeing some heavy sell side pressure coming in to the chart here on BTC. That should help our coin. Coin is coming down. So let's see if we can get our last position in the money. These markets have just been absolutely miraculous. I mean, for coin to be up, 6-7%, Mara up almost 10% at the highs when Bitcoin was pretty much negative all day is just absolute FOMO, exuberance. So let's pull up the coin chart. Again, brace yourself for an S&P buy level. I do have an S&P buy level. So coin, we're almost in the money. Take a look, flush in the indices. Late day flush is coming into play. Let's see if we can get some action here, guys, on the long side. We are going to try to trade this market long. Just Just going to erase all these day trade lines where we shorted, where we covered there. Pre-market low is all the way down here at 472.09. All right, guys, I'm going to give you the level in advance here because we're kind of seeing that hard flush like we did the other day. So, guys, we're going to have to flush into this little trend line. And actually, I would love to see it pierce. I do have an isolated level down. We're flushing, guys. We're flushing. So here we go. Big flush coming in the market. We're now in the money on coin. Bitcoin's breaking down. The dollar's breaking out. Look at this flush in the markets here, guys. S&P is now negative. Qs are now negative after being positive all day. The dollar's now positive. So the Dixie just went green, and look at this flush. Did I not warn you earlier on the stream that if this was to happen and come to fruition, you're going to see a big flush? Look at this flush coming in, guys. Epic flush. What a day. Holy shit. They're doing it again. They are doing it again. Just like we saw this hard flush here, that same seller is just ripping the market. You're hitting gap fills. Some buyers are coming in, but you're going to go through that level, guys. I repeat, we don't even have a 3-bar surge yet on the 3-minute chart. You're going to get another candle down, but be ready to buy this potential force between 471.80 and 471.60 is where I'm going to be going long. Okay, between that level, markets are getting a little bit of a bounce. Apple breaking down here, testing the daily 20 moving average on Apple. Things are getting a little bit spicier here late in the session. Big bounce coming in the S&P. Pretty big bounce coming in. I still think we're going to get more downside, guys. I still think we're going to get some more. Heavy volume coming in. So again, SPY and Qs just tapped the negative territory. They're back to the positive side, just slightly positive after that little bounce. You can see the Dixie is really trying here, hitting a little bit of a double top resistance, but it is trying to break out of that downsloping neckline. It is above it on the 3-minute chart. So again, if it really starts to push up and break out of this inverse pattern, then we're going to see the markets continue to flush. But get ready for some long trades. We are going to potentially get a day trade long here. We're likely going to get through this. The volume is too heavy on the sell side pressure. I think we're going to see the seller overpower this level. But daily chart support on Apple is being tagged. Hourly chart support on Tesla is being tagged. We'll see if we can get a breakdown. Dollar's getting rejected at the neckline. It's back to the negative side. We'll see if it can try to firm up. Watch that VIX. If that VIX goes green again, that's going to be a little bit interesting for the market.
Oh, Debbie, love it. Oh, love it. Yes, she knows what she needs.
So the only mega cap still green on the session is Google. You now have three sectors red, and the Dow Jones Industrial. So consumer discretionary XLY being led by Tesla, Amazon, and Nike down. XLK technology just went red, and then the Dow Jones Industrial Average just went red. Apple's still seeing some heavy volume. Bitcoin's still coming in here. We should break this level, guys. We should break this level. No one's expecting it, but we could even flush all the way down to 470.50 on the chart. I'm going to take a high risk lotto play. I'm going to take a high risk lotto play. Expect to lose on this position, but I'm going to take 470 DTE puts on SPY. 470 DTE puts on SPY, which is all the way down here. I'm expecting to lose, but it's a high risk opportunity, high reward. Still holding my coin short, but I just took 0 DTE SPY puts, 470 0 DTE SPY puts. So we're going to have to see this market flush. AVGO is triggering the neckline. Things are getting very interesting right now. Things are getting very interesting right now. Come on, SPY, flush it. I still have a long level, but it needs to go lower. Again, you have the indices now turning red except for the Russell 2000. It's still positive. Here comes the flush in the markets. Come on, baby. Flush it. Dollar's back to the positive side, guys. It's triggering that inverse head and shoulders. You are triggering that inverse head and shoulders. QQQ's breaking down now. Heavy selling coming in, guys. Heavy selling coming in. SPY is getting a nice little wick up. We are flat on our coin. Apple's still selling now, down 0.7%. NVDA is losing daily chart support, so this could get nasty, guys. Just be careful. This could get really nasty to the downside. You have Apple breaking daily chart support. You have NVIDIA breaking daily chart support. Amazon really has only daily chart support all the way at 152.50. Wow. So things could really start to sell here. Meta only has daily chart support at 345.50. Wow, this could get nasty, guys. This could get really nasty to the downside. Again, you have the S&P and Q's negative now. All mega caps negative except for Microsoft. Microsoft just turned negative. That's another one on the chopping block. Let's see if we get some continuation move down here, guys. So we're still riding a coin short. We're riding a SPY 0 DTE put. It's a high risk play. It's a lotto play. But if it gets down here, we'll be banking on this trade. So let's see. This market has a lot of negative gamma, which means that you're having big moves in both directions. Alright, coin, we're now back in the money on coin. M-top pattern has triggered on coin. Let's see. Imagine coin reverses and goes completely negative. That would be a stellar top on coin. If coin goes negative and reverses, that would be crazy. You know, Bitcoin's been negative pretty much all day except for that last little hour stint. Coin has triggered this little M top formation. Downside should take you to 172. I'm still holding short. And we have a SPY put. All right, SPY is coming up into a buyable level here. Dollar, take a look at this Dixie. Dixie has triggered the inverse head and shoulders. You're getting a potential confirmed candle right now. Let's take a look at the 10-minute chart here. Nice little right shoulder. You got a close above, and now you're looking for confirmation in the next 2 minutes. That's if you get this confirmation, that's what's going to send the markets onto their next down leg. To the negative side, Qs are now negative. Russell's just up 0.5% on the session.
She's gone places. How could he? It's true. And it had nothing to do with his remark either. It wasn't
Big bounce coming into the market here. Apple's still at the lows. It's not really seeing any buyers stepping up yet.
That's one for the books. Like you've got to write that one down because it's like you say, what was that again?
Apple has support at 190, 197. That's weekly chart support. You will get a bounce there. 190, 197 is weekly chart support.
That is super sweet. I love it. Oh goodness.
I'm going to go long this market when Apple hits its weekly 20 moving average, which is still a couple bucks away. But other than that, you're losing daily chart support on many important names here. So this is still going to get nasty. We could be in for a flush, just like we saw that previous day over here. Look how nasty that got. You know, you hit such oversold conditions, 6.43 on the RSI. Shows that we're still well away from that. I mean, 6.43 on the RSI. Let's see if we match that up. Let's see how deep this wants to go. The Dixie did confirm that breakout. The Dixie confirmed the breakout. Still seeing more weakness. All right, the S&P is coming up into a buyable level, guys. I'm still going to see if we flush a little bit more because I'm seeing the Dixie starting to push hard here. Apple's still well off of its weekly chart support, so I'm just going to be patient because I remember we did get kind of caught in that big flusher by going long too early, and market's looking nasty here. The VIX is now starting to creep back up. It's now back to the positive side. Still holding these 470 0DT puts like that. We are back in the money. And this one could actually have a lot of room to fall on coin, believe it or not. All right, we'll keep our eye on the SPY here. That last Friday, or that last major sell-off, we hit an RSI all the way down here at 6.43. And it seems like that same seller is doing that thing again where it's just ripping the markets down. They grind and float it. They chop it. This is called distribution. Get as many people sucked in thinking we're creating a bullish environment, and then they just absolutely rip it. All right, SPY is hitting hourly chart support here. It's hitting the short-term 50-day moving average on the hourly chart. It is finding intraday support as well as that upsloping trend line. If we flip on the daily chart of SPY, we can see it's tagging this trend line of resistance here. If we get rejected at these levels, that's not going to be positive for the bulls. For the bulls to be holding positive all session and then they just lose it in the last couple hours, that's not a healthy sign. And what's interesting is when let's dissect this sell-off, right? So you had this massive psychology change here, got people all bared up, then they gapped it up huge Didn't take out the high, so you still have potentially a lower high. And everyone who was shorting down here got caught, had to cover and push it up, and now they're ripping it back again. So if they flush this market similar to this move, most people are probably going to be trying to buy calls at the low here and go long, like extra long, just because they missed this move. And market makers kind of know that. They realize that people saw this hard sell-off, and then anyone who didn't go long here regrets it and FOMO's in. So if they do it again, most likely a lot of people are going to be piling in thinking that come Monday, we're going to get a big gap up again. But I actually don't think that's going to be the case. If they flush it hard, I don't think they're going to gap it up like they did over here. I think they'll actually gap it down come Monday. But we'll see. We're getting some support here. We did hit that hourly chart support. I think it's going to be short-lived. I do think it's going to be short-lived, but you are finding some support here. I still think Apple needs to hit a Pierce 192. Apple needs to hit its weekly chart support, and it has not done so yet. So I'm still waiting. Maybe I missed the trade. Maybe I don't. But I am still waiting for Apple to hit weekly chart support, and it has not done so yet. Coinbase big bounce. NVDA is hitting its short-term 3-day moving average, finding some support there. Indices are getting a nice little bounce here. Excuse me. So again, we're still holding a 0 DTE SPY put. A 0 DTE SPY put. And a coin short. Flat on coin, in some profits on the SPY short, but I want to see it try to flush go in the money. And again, I do have a long level on the S&P. I do have a long entry on the S&P, but it's lower. You now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors green, and the Dow Industrial Average also, red. 5 sectors red, and the Dow also red. Qs just went red. SPY is red. IWM still positive. VIX is back to the negative side.
Yeah, that's the thing, because it wasn't like, because now it becomes real. It's not just like, okay, so yes, I had arguments and thoughts. So it's kind of like, it's not a huge space, I would say, because it's rooms within a clinic, right? So it's, yeah, so anyways, it's right now the space for me, it's probably just maybe about the same size as the room that I'm going to set up in now, or just doing a few here and there. That I'm just, and then I've stopped doing Europe there because for the very reason I said that I was really hard.
So the hourly chart support on the S&P is holding for now. We still have an hour and a half down.
You know, the words to him like kind of a meditation. And then I think that we have ourselves all led. It's like and so it's going to be so I had that connection. And so yeah, then I guess not.
$196 level. But the S&P is getting a nice bounce here. The hourly chart support. Hourly chart support. If I show you what we hit on a moving average basis, we hit the 50. Okay. Pre-market low, and we are seeing some selling. 407.57 short the Qs. You're short the Qs. At the pre-market low. That's where we basically shorted it. Right at pre-market low, we shorted the Qs. Still holding a SPY put and a coin short. Let's see if we get some continuation down. So you have SPY back to the flat side. Qs are still negative. Russell's positive. But things have sold off drastically from the highs. Big profit taking. Big bounce coming in here. Markets are holding. Qs are also getting rejected. So this is why the markets are bouncing here and not continuing to sell, because the dollar actually got rejected off of that breakout. Could be a failed breakout on the dollar now. So it looks like it needs a little bit more consolidation. Let's just see roughly where the trend line is. So one of the reasons the markets are rallying here is because the dollar is failing. It's back to the negative side, but it just might need a little bit more time to build out this right shoulder. So it got rejected at that neckline. Now it needs to pierce this neckline. Inside above 408. Above 408. I'm going to add to my QQQ short. All right, guys, I just got filled 408.03. 408.03. That's a second short on the Qs. Brings my average up to 407.79. Still have Apple negative, NVDA negative, Tesla negative, AMD negative, Amazon's negative, Google's positive, Meta's negative, Microsoft's positive. Most mega caps are negative right now. We'll see if we get any continuation moves to the downside. That was a heavy sell side program. Odds are we do see more downside, but that dollar's coming in, so certainly helping things from going too far. Qs are back to the positive, SPY's back to the positive. Russell's up 0.8%. Dollar still coming in. That's giving the market some reprieve to go higher. So big bounce in the Qs, big bounce in the Qs. Massive V-shaped recovery so far is happening in the indices. Big bounce. Still have an hour and 15 minutes. This sell-off happened in 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes, and now you're getting a rally that's even faster than the sell-off. Wow, look at this move up here. Holy, buy the dip is just ferocious. I'm going to add at 408.50 to the short side. 408.50 I will add to the position. What a recovery. Bitcoin's still on the negative side. Heavy volume coming in here. Dollar's still selling, which is what's helping this market. So you had that DXY with a failed breakout. Look at that rejection on the DXY. That's why the markets have rallied so much. Huge rejection. Still holding a coin short. We're basically flat on that. Still holding a QQQ and a SPY put. SPY put is going against us a little bit here, but we'll see if we can get another flush. All right, the dollar's trying to firm up here a little bit now and bounce. Dollar is trying to bounce here. It's back to the negative side though. Markets are back to the positive side. Hey there, Gia or Gia or Gaia. Gia Spore, welcome to the stream. Tesla's tapping. So Tesla's still inside of this heavy reversal inverted head and shoulders here. Once the chart loads, I'll pull it up. So Tesla still has this massive 1, 2, 3, 4 pivot resistance trend line on the weekly chart to get through. Now on the daily chart, it has broken out of this shorter term downtrend. Pivot high to pivot high to pivot high to pivot high. You've broken out. You've actually never confirmed on the daily chart, believe it or not, and you haven't confirmed on the weekly chart either. So right now, Tesla still needs to get that higher daily close above this pivot. If it can close above this pivot, this pattern is likely not, doesn't mean it's guaranteed, but likely to play out. And that has a pretty big upside move on Tesla. So we'll watch it, but we need to see confirmation. We haven't got that daily set up yet. This is all just distribution. And you could actually come down and fill the gap. You could come down here and fill the gap. So Tesla still hasn't given an intraday trade setup. This is shaping up to a bearish wedge intraday. Should see some more down.
So that's good. And they want to ensure that it's, so basically they're supporting me in this opportunity. So instead of saying opportunities, so, this is what we're going to have a level
All right, I just added to my QQQ short there, 408.51. 408.51.
Wow, I was not expecting that at all. I'm not so grateful that
So we're still short the Qs, short coin. You've done an epic retrace here in the market. After briefly going negative, SPY and Qs are now back to the positive side. Dollar got rejected at that neckline, but you can see the strength in that sell-off as the dollar was trying to break out. The QQQs were selling off pretty hard there. Bitcoin. So that's a hard hourly candle. The fact that you made a new high and you're engulfing this previous candle on an hourly chart basis, it's not that positive. 5 minutes we'll know if that bearish candle sets up. And again, if you break this neckline, 1 hour, so just got absolutely buy the dip. Buy the dip just absolutely went in full-fledged there. We'll see if it holds though. Dollar got rejected. Apple recovering above the daily 20 moving average. Dollar still keeps trending lower, which is why these markets are continuing to grind and recover. And if the Qs push up into that 409 area, I'll add. So basically every 50 cents we're adding. But what a recovery on the Qs, just absolutely pushing right back up. Now you still have Apple negative. You still have Tesla negative, Bitcoin negative, AMD negative, NVDA negative, Microsoft positive, Amazon negative, Google positive, Meta negative. Dollar went back to the negative side as well. But a massive bounce in the indices. It's like that sell-off never even happened. Excuse me. All right, so the Dixie keeps dropping here. It's helping the markets. Next ad level is around 408.95. All right, so you have Tesla, Apple trying to curl down a little bit here. We'll see if the Qs execute another sell side pressure program. SPY's holding up. Russell's okay. Russell's pretty much got bought right back up. Every indice got bought right back up. All right, Qs are now starting to sell off just a little bit here again. Some more profit taking coming into fruition. We're in the last hour of trading here. The last hour of trading. Big bounce coming back into the indices. You did get a 5-minute hanging man on the QQQ chart. 5-minute hanging man candle is typically bearish. Potentially putting in a 10-minute hanging man on the Qs, but you did get a 5-minute hanging man. We'll see if it yields more downside. This is a bearish candle formation, 5-minute hanging man. Typically will yield more downside. We'll watch it closely. So after having 5 sectors turn red, you now have only one sector red on the session. That is XLY, consumer discretionary, on the back of Nike being weak, Tesla. We still have 43 minutes left in the trading session. 43 minutes left. If we do a fib retrace from this high sell-off, Alright, so if anybody's interested, you can definitely check out my swing trading and day trading service at tradingcapital.ca. I track all insider buying and selling. I post daily analysis members for my videos. I do weekly sector reviews. It's more suited for long-term investors and to track the flow of money, whether capital is rotating or if liquidity is being sucked out. But you can get more information on my services at tradingcapital.ca. Basically, nothing is financial advice. I just am a market participant. Been trading for just about 10 years now. I'm not a veteran, but I'm not a rookie, and I'm continuing to obviously learn and progress. And I do these live streams as a teachable education, try to showcase what I'm doing, how I trade. There's many different ways to trade. How I trade may not resonate with you, but it may. But the more you can learn from different market participants is going to help you over the long term. It's a matter of staying present in this market, because if you can outlast a market cycle, 10, 20, 30 years, you're going to build true generational wealth. But again, tradingcapital.ca is my website. Feel free to check out if you're interested. 2024 is going to be really wild. We're going to probably see a lot more of these big sell-offs and V-shapes in 2024. You're going to be stuck in ranges. Reacted, which is why we had that epic V-shaped recovery in the markets. So Dixie is still showing. Will we hold most of this rally, or will we give some of it back? Time will tell. So we're starting to see NVIDIA potentially curling over. Apple's curling to the downside just a little bit here. Tesla's looking a little bit vulnerable. Excuse me. All right, big push coming in the markets. The indices are getting a nice little bid higher here. All right, so again, why is the market selling off just a fraction here? Simply speaking, dollar is trying to move up. You still have that huge inverse correlation. QQQ up here. A little bit. Will it make another attempt at breaking out? We obviously saw what happened when the dollar was trying to break out here. You got that big sell-off in the Qs. If it can firm up and retest that area, we'll see. The dollar is making higher lows. Here's your low, higher low, higher low. So markets are still just stuck in this range here. Qs, you can see the Dixie pulled off from the highs, trying to make some higher lows and trying to move up here. You do have a little bit of weakness creeping back into Bitcoin, but you have strength across the total crypto market cap. It is up on the session. Coinbase is starting to roll over just a little bit here. Here comes the Qs. We'll see if they want to flush this or if they keep it in a range bound. But based off of that heavy sell side pressure, I would favor a little bit of a dip continuation. You can see that if we break this little neckline, the indices should sell off here. So we're coming down to test the neckline right now. It's holding. It is holding. So we'll see if we get that clean break. There's only 26 minutes left in the session. And indices have recovered from that harsh sell side pressure. Still holding this QQQ short. And if you lose this range on the Qs, you're probably going to retest a little bit lower. All right, SPY is breaking down here. The S&P is breaking down. It's testing the neckline. So the S&P down the session. I'm seeing NVDA, big red candle down the 10-minute. NVIDIA is showing a big down candle on the 10-minute chart. We're flat on our coin short. S&P again triggering that little neckline break. Let's see how much it can flush, if at all any. Ciao. So S&P is now retesting that little neckline. It did break. It's looking to close back above it. You have Apple curling down, Tesla curling down. NVIDIA had a pretty big 10-minute red candle down as well. All right, indices are getting saved here yet. Still technically valid, but it needs to now pierce this lower boundary trend. But it is recovering. You can see the Dixie softening. VIX is still down on the session, so it's living up to its VIX Crush Friday correlation. It's a heavy correlation. The VIX typically 85+% will end down substantially on Friday. So it's great odds to short the VIX on a Friday. It doesn't always work, and the VIX is certainly oversold and seeing some accumulation at the lows. But often on Friday, you can get some easy trade setups by shorting the VIX, especially if the VIX is strong intraday. You can usually fade the pops. Don't know why it happens, but they love to crush the VIX on Friday. VIX Crush Friday.
So there's really a huge one-way ahead, in my opinion.
All right, so S&P is retesting a breakdown zone. You can see it's retesting that little neckline. Qs are coming down just a little bit. We have roughly 22 minutes left in the session. 22 minutes. 22 minutes.
das ist really, das ist nicht sehr kauf jetzt mein Portfolio, den really good of them in the upcoming year. And having that said, one final thought on valuation, similar to what Ryan said or talked about. I also got more valuation conscious, and I consider valuation when buying or adding. But what I personally don't do is, and that's just a personal thing, I don't.
Alright, so you can see the S&P is now breaking this neckline as we speak. We'll see if it can hold above. Still have weakness in the mega caps.
Isn't cheap. I got a 5% allocation for a while now, and it's unlikely that I will add to these levels, but I will also not trim. So I just let my confidence, I believe in one, let my portfolio grow organically.
Q position.
So yeah.
Bigger sell-off coming, just like that. We're in the money on our short sell side pressure coming in, guys. Look at the sell side pressure coming in. We'll see how much they bounce it, but the heavy volume is starting to creep back in on the sell side. But we're still seeing weakness creeping into Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, NVDA, so that should push it lower. Still have weakness creeping in. We're flat on our Q short. We're flat on our coin short. Those are the two remaining positions. We also have a SPY put that's going to expire out of the money, unfortunately, unless we get some sort of massive dump. Our SPY put will likely be expiring out of the money. So small little lotto play. I'm seeing some weakness creeping back into the Qs. The mega caps are seeing some sell side pressure. You have triggered what could be in head and shoulders on the 1 minute S&P chart and the 1 minute QQQ chart. So Qs are still trying to get bought back up here. They are trying to get bought back up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something real quick. I know everybody on stage here knows what a moat is, but honestly, there's a heuristic, and I wish people would say this more often. If you're like, does a company have a moat? I think of it this way. Imagine that someone gave you 10.
So they're keeping the Qs and SPY pinned here. They are keeping it pinned in this range for now.
Because even if you had 10 years
We're seeing NVIDIA though coming down, Microsoft curling down, Amazon curling down. So we may get another little leg lower here, but they're keeping it pinned.
As good as what Axon has, because they probably could, but they're not going to build something and then convince all these individuals. Like, look, it's impossible for me to switch my bank account. I know I can do it, but I'm not going to. It's a pain in the ass. So anyway, I just want to throw that in there because you hear us talking about moats, and I think if you just have a little bit of a heuristic to think about how to evaluate it, it helps make it clear. It has nothing to do with the numbers.
I appreciate that. Mo, did you have any other thoughts on that?
All right, Tesla's curling over to the downside. Apple's trying to curl up. Microsoft's trying to curl up.
What never worked really well for me personally is like just acting much, right? Like, I mean, I thought a lot in the last 5 years about valuation actually, because I mean, in 2022 my portfolio dropped by 61%, and like it was so fun. So I thought like, what did I do wrong, or I mean, should I have sold earlier and so on? But by reflecting, I just think I did my best what I did back then, and I mean, in hindsight and like retrospect, it's always easy to tell what you should do.
Qs are retracing that little neckline. Dollars falling, which is helping the market stay buoyant. Apple, Microsoft getting a bounce. We have 15 minutes left in the session, 15 minutes left in the market session.
It looks great or something. I really, like, basically, I'm really researching the companies, and then I slowly start to position. And where the evaluation part comes in, basically, is I'm kind of basically basically looking at historical valuation, and what I think is.
All right, Tesla's falling here on the 30-minute chart.
Territory, because the market again, like, is unhappy or something. I'm going to add more over time, and so that way I build my positions. And once the position is built, I just let it run. And if, for example, Cloudflare is a great poster child for like these huge market swings. I don't know exactly why Cloudflare is always like the one, but it seems like Cloudflare is like one day it's like, I don't know, it's constantly running up. It's running up, and then it's like going down again, running up, and I have to pay taxes, big taxes on all the trades I do, and like every time I sell something and I have to pay 25% on the gain, I have to be sure that like that this move was right. And yeah, basically I just try to make my own life easy and not doing much, and instead of like focusing what I can really control, learning more about the companies, and yeah, just being patient with it.
Yeah, see Jaguar down there. I didn't yesterday, but I did have some that I wanted to bounce off of. Both Brian and Mo. So when I think about
Our markets are trying to push up here. We'll see if they can catch a bid into the close, or if they're just going to keep us range bound.
always overvalued. So like the trade desk is one that I can think of. Tesla or NVDA or Cloudflare or Snowflake. When you think about these stocks and if you actually want to hold them, what I have noticed that over time there's brief moments in the markets where they actually come back to a reasonable valuation. But these are usually going to be in something that's going to be macro driven, or if there's some sort of panic or fear in the markets. And usually, if you find these stocks during those moments of fear in the markets, they do present some sort of opportunity for you to actually be able to buy these stocks. So, for example, like Cloudflare, the last time that I bought Cloudflare was about 40.
All right, you have bank stocks, JP Morgan curling over, Tesla still curling over.
So it's not necessarily that I'm trying to time these exact tops and these exact bottoms. It's a lot more along the lines of where is this initial investment going to be taking place at? Because if my objective is to compound my results, my portfolio, 20% plus over the next 3, 5, 10 years, then what I want to do is I actually want to make sure that I'm maximizing my initial investment into these companies, and then as they get, then let them oscillate between overvalued and fair that's historically what you're going to actually end up finding. So, for example, like Amazon, this has always been an overvalued stock since basically the 2002 2003 fair market bottom. But it's always oscillating between fair value to overvalue. When you do think about that type of growth stock investing, it's very wise to make sure that you're paying attention to when they actually are fair value. And then I wanted to talk briefly about like moats. So I was a business management major, and I never really went to school for an MBA.
All right, Qs are seeing some sell side pressure just a little bit here into the close. We don't have much time left, 10 minutes left in the session. I don't imagine we're going to get a big move. If we are to get a move, it's likely to the downside, but then again, it could be a short covering pop like we've seen late in the sessions happening quite frequently.
Like Zscaler is another example here too. So like I'm going to talk Zscaler here, where like Jay is the CEO. Jay has a really strong background in cybersecurity, but more importantly, the infrastructure of cybersecurity. And this is exactly why he's been able to out navigate a lot of the other security names out there. Or even like Netscope, that's exactly why I was able to buy Zscaler about $85 and $89 per share, somewhere around there. Mostly because I know that Jay understands the cybersecurity market, and more importantly, the SASE market.
Late in the session here.
How are they going to continue to win over time? So, like, DraftKings is another one. How has DraftKings actually been able to go from 5% market share to 21% market share? How have they actually been able to outdo FanDuel? This is directly related to, like, the company leadership. Also, think about it from, like, an analogy perspective, like a football player. How many first-round draft picks end up going in and they just go bust? But then you have, like, the Trevor Lawrences of the world, or Andrew Luck, if you're old enough to remember him, or if you follow fantasy football or football in general long enough. It's because these guys have something in between the ears to where
Dollar falling sharply, which is giving the indices a nice little bit into the end of the close here.
Like Frank Slootman, the CEO of Snowflake, that's it. That's exactly why I'm always comfortable having him, basically growing my investment for me because of what's in between his ears, right? Because he has a long-term winning, proven track record to actually be able to outperform these years. That's really what I wanted to. I know that, like I said, I know we got Jag down there, and I want to make sure that I get a time.
Well, what they're doing. Yeah, speaking of Jag, you are now also actively managing a nice savvy portfolio there, something I love to keep my eyes on. Perhaps you can give us the latest updates.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So, some very good points made by everyone here. It was very nice to hear from what Shay has to say, what Dylan has to say. It's a very interesting point. There are certain things that she said that I'm in the camp of, but then also Dylan made some very good points, and I'm in that camp as well. Particularly the comment about valuation being so high, but still the yield curve inverted, right? 21.5 times earnings on the S&P is not cheap. At a time when you have 5.25 Fed funds rate and the yield curve inverted, right? If you look at just this week, some of the reactions we have seen to these earnings reports, and if we can be very objective about it, it's not pretty.
So Qs are just stuck in this range here. V-shaped recovery was observed. Hard sell-off, big bounce. Now we're just range bound. Indices are looking to finish positive here on the session. So an epic sell met with an epic buy program.
Christmas shopping season. They have the first-hand knowledge of everything that's happening in the economy. And the company posted earnings and they said the volumes are down 2% year over year. That's FedEx. Now, there could be some market share losses to Amazon and such, but the thing is, you take a look at a stock that, just like all the rest of the market, that bottomed significantly, like all the rest.
So the dollar is now rolling over. The DXY is starting to roll over some more. So markets have every reason to trend a little bit higher here into the close.
Perhaps a reset is needed again because this earnings simply does So a heavy volume distribution after earnings came out with a name like FedEx. But then beyond that, then you look at what's happening to Nike today. Same exact thing. I mean, it was not a small run either. Nike had gone from 90 to 125 in 3 months. It gave back half of those gains today in a significant sell-off, 12% on the highest volume distribution day in the entire year. Same exact thing. You look at this earnings call, you look at the guidance, 400 basis points of headwinds they talked about, and immediately on those comments as the call was taking place after hours, the stock came under pressure.
4 minutes left in the market.
Chart such as like Payjax, PAYX, which was yesterday sold off by about 10%. Same exact setup there too. That stock had gone from 108 to 128 in less than 2 months, and then it gave back half of those gains yesterday on one of the highest volume distribution days in the stock. Same exact thing too. Now in this case, Paychex is a type of company that processes private payroll, right? I mean, the biggest one is ADP. All my employees that work in Jaguar Analytics, they get paid through ADP, right? I will be issuing bonuses, year-end bonuses pretty soon here, and so those will also be processed by ADP.
Am I getting bonus, Jaguar?
Well, if you come in and work for Jaguar, then we'll talk about it. But the point is that so I use ADP, and you look back at ADP what they reported 3 months ago. That stock clobbered, and then after that, um, there's a company called Paycom Software, another private payroll processor, reported earnings. Stock slaughtered. And then you get Paylocity, which is the third one in the group. Same exact thing happened, and now Paychex, PAYX. So these rallies in all three of these cases, and again, this is a low earnings season, right? Not a lot of earnings reports coming out during this time, and I'm pretty sure I'm missing a couple. We saw Adobe, for example, that one came down, right? And we can say, okay, well, the offset Micron was better, yeah, and yes, you would be correct. Micron was better, but Micron is still losing $900 million in cash burn per quarter. The estimate was $1 billion cash burn per quarter. They did 900 some million cash burn. It's still a hideous quarter, but it was definitely slightly better than consensus. The point I'm trying to make is that in an environment where you've seen these stocks go down 20, 25, 30%, rallies in a matter of very short order, and in an environment where we do not have a lot of earnings reports coming out right now, the ones and the few ones that have reported, they have not really smacked hard, giving up half of these gains in a single shot. Is that concerning? Should that be concerning of what to expect when we get to the real meat of the Q4 earnings season, which will be late June and February? Then you combine that view with what Dylan mentioned, with 21 and a half times S&P earnings.
30 seconds actually. You're seeing the Dixie falling and the Qs are selling slightly. Qs really should be bouncing here with the Dixie selling.
590,000 in November versus 688,000 estimate. And last month was revised as well. Last 3 months, in fact. Last 3 months of new home sales was revised over. So what's that telling me about names like Sherman Williams or Home Depot or many others that are going to be part of the entire club? They've all going to report earnings in the coming weeks as well. So yeah, I think there's going to be a correction in order in the first quarter. Right?
Big bounce in NVDA.
From the equity market. I will not be surprised if Q1 is a down quarter for the S&P to start the year. It may then fix itself as the time progresses, but I'm not calling for a crash, but I think some correction will not surprise me in Q1. Whether it begins immediately or sometime in the middle of the quarter, who knows, as we get deep into the earnings season. So now let's talk about the Savvy portfolio. So how am I positioned into this? I am short Tesla in Savvy portfolio. I cannot short anything in Savvy, so I bought TSTD, which is the 1.5x, bear Tesla, because I believe that less than 2 weeks from now, when we get the quarterly delivery data from Tesla, here's the bell. When we get the quarterly delivery data from Tesla, it's going to be on the disappointing side.
So the market is closed. Thank you all for tuning into this live stream. I did close that QQQ just for a slight little loss there. Tiny loss, about 34 cents on the trade. Sorry, 30 cents on the trade. Overall, it was a pretty great day for us. We closed 5 of 5 for winners early in the session. We caught a big winner on GMBL, over 8% gain. Caught some nice shorts on the SPY. Caught some nice shorts on Tesla coin. And right now, we just took that last little bit of a loss on the Qs, but overall, it's been a fantastic week live trading here with you all. Please, if you've banked, please like my video, subscribe, hit that share button. Still trying to gain a little bit of a following here, but I'm continuing to provide content, free educational content, live trades. We're making alpha, banging profits here on this live trading session. It's been absolutely a stellar week for us in the live trading room here. And please check out my Trading Capital Discord. I'll be posting a weekly sector review. My members will be getting a daily analysis video some point over the weekend, but I encourage everyone, enjoy your weekend. Holidays are here, and definitely be ready for another crazy week as we head into the new year. Take care, everybody. I'll see you on the charts a bit later. Enjoy your weekend.